Oh, I wish I had intro music. That'd be nice. All right. Stream is up. That stream is up. This stream should be up. This one, guys, you just never know. You never know when Rumble's coming up. Um, it has its whole like 2 minute intro video that plays. I don't know. There we go. That one is up. That is good. All right. I think we are fired up. So today, we're going to be working more right on the very tail end of the pipes feature. The last main basic feature that goes into it is the filtration. Is not filtration in terms of like purifying water. Filtration in terms of we have an extraction node. We're extracting items. We need to filter what items they actually look for, right? And so that system, while sounding simple, is not. It's not a simple system. And so, yeah, I've started building this out. The pipes themselves work. Everything is good. The upgrades work. Everything there is functional. I can even I can show a quick well, yeah. This happens every once in a while. I don't know why that happens. I'm gonna have to like I don't know. There's something I do something and then it remembers that I actually set up the vintage story rebuild done building project type filter GUI element texture. Yeah, that's fine. I know I set up my environment variables. This is really annoying. I'm gonna have to talk to Blue Lightning about this because this started happening after he moved my vintage engineering hold on a second. I want to verify. No, I didn't want that. Environment variables. I do have vintage story on there. System variables. Maybe they need to be a system variable. Vintage story. And then browse directory. I'll show you what I'm looking at. Environment variables. Yeah. You hit window key and hit environment and you can pull up environment variables. This PC, C, users, me, app data, roaming, vintage story. Vintage story. Oh, you still don't like it? You still don't like it? I was just using this last night. Like I was just using this and testing this last night, and now it's like now you've broken it. I've broken it somehow. I'm gonna have to have somebody or Blue look at this. Yeah, see, vintage story. This is where I set that environment variable up. For some reason, sometimes it just doesn't see it. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it works just great. Hey, Oz, how's it going?
Hello.
I'm having problems.
Oh,
And there it goes. Now it works. I don't know what it is. Like I don't know what causes that. Like it's a Visual Studio error. I don't know. The environment variable is set. So that it should have no problem, but it does. Yeah, I might point Blue at the issue. I know he doesn't use Visual Studio. He uses VS Code, and I don't want to. Okay, pipes. What do pipes? What do pipes do? What are they for? So right now, you build pipes. I even made them bigger when they land on the ground. So when they're on the ground, they're actually like instead of little tiny cubes, they're actually like big squares. So yeah, you have pipes that connect. You can smack them with a wrench, and it says, "Hey, look at that." Right? Smack this one. You can even smack this one over that and say, "Hey, I want to build that." So this, and you put in all the things, and lo and behold, they're moving. Because by default, these are actually pretty slow. They're rate 1 every second. So yeah, and that is going into the nearest chest. And we can basically remove that, and they're still getting moved out, right? But they're coming over here, then, right? So all of that works. The system actually works. And then you can, if you really want to go crazy, which why wouldn't you want to? I'm gonna take that out. I'm gonna grab them all. I want all my stuff. Okay, so we're gonna return that back to its rightful place, and we're gonna upgrade this. Boink, right? We're gonna upgrade that. Now there's an iron upgrade in there. We can set the distribution mode, and these are going to be way faster. Now the rate is 32. So when we put 40 in there, pop, pop, it's moved them all already. So now we can say, how about farthest first? Farthest first, are they going in here? No, they are not going in here. They are going over here. And then if we say, if we don't want farthest first, we want round robin. And then we can pop these in here. And where do they go? They go there and there. But remember, they're moving 32 at a time. So, that's the thing that they're doing. And so yeah, you can go random as well, and you just kind of don't know. You don't know where they go. They're not in there. Both ticks went over here. Look at that. That's how random works. So all of that works. But when you remove it, now it's back to 1, and then let's put a steel one in there. Pop. There's a filter thing right there, right? So certain levels of upgrades unlock the distribution mode selection, and certain ones unlock the filter, but it's usually higher tier. And this also is open to other levels too. You as a modder could introduce different levels. Maybe there's like a super low level one that doesn't really do much for the rate, but it does just unlock distribution mode, right? It's like a cheap, like a 10 upgrade that maybe is like 2 per second, or 2 delay still of 1,000, and then you can set the distribution mode. So it's not really faster; it just unlocks distribution mode. That is 100% possible to do. But yeah, these will move whole stacks at a time and do so very, very quickly. And you can see also the full stack here. Rate full stack. That's because this has a special flag on it for the stack size. It doesn't matter. It doesn't set a stack size of 64 because some things don't stack to 64. But it will move a full stack regardless of what that stack size. You could have a stack size of 1,000 and it's still going to move it, right? This would be really, really good for fluids that usually have a stack size of like 5,000. So yeah, the steel is the bee's knees of pipe upgrade. But what we're talking about today is the filter. And I felt like I felt like that introduction was largely influenced by my recent visit to a state fair and the carnies and the salesmen that you see on there, because that really felt like a sales pitch. The pipes, everybody, the pipes, they do the thing and they move the stuff. I even tested it with this little guy here, and it works just great. All my machines work right off the bat with all the pipes. It ain't no thing. They work just fine. So yeah, I had, this is a pipe, this is a log splitter, pretty straightforward. Chest out, chest in, like all these worked, right? I had a pipe going in there, a pipe going in there. Good times. The only thing you can't do is have a pipe be an extract and an insert at the same time. That's not the way they work. Maybe down the road we'll get to that point, but I wanted to keep it simple. Keep it simple, less confusing for me, less hurdles for you to have to jump through. Okay, so pipe filtration. Now I want to be able to specify what to actually be able to grab, right? And to do that, I'm starting to work on pipe filters. And pipe filters are in, right? I don't have a shape for them yet, but they are defined, pipe filters. Pipe filter can be used in upgraded extraction nodes to filter, whitelist, or blacklist items to pull from the connected inventory. Right-click with the filter in your hand to set filter settings. These have a stack size of 1 because they are unique. Each one will be unique in terms of all of its settings. So similar to how like weapons don't stack because they have durability and such. Same thing with pipe filters. Upgrades will stack, but pipe filters will not, because you'll be able to set the filter settings. Okay, so that's it for the 3D goodness. Right, the 3D goodness was wonderful, but now we're back into code. These are development streams, by the way. So if you're looking for pretty pictures and fun little animations, this is not it. We are neck deep into code. And so I wanted to show you when you right click the filter. Let me pull my microphone up a little bit more because I think I want to get standardized with my mic. When you have a filter in your hand and you right click, that needs to pull up a GUI, and the GUI needs to be able to allow you to add and basically put filter stuff in, right? Filter data. The filter data is going to be fairly basic. What actually gets saved to disk with the filter is just going to be a block in its attributes tree. It's just going to have attributes of like filter items, and each one will be it will be a where it's code. It'll be the code of the item that you're trying to filter, and it will support adding wildcards, right? So if you're trying to, like, let's say you're building something that you can put any type of rock in, and the rock or gravel, let's say you have a crusher and you want to make sand, and you say, oh, I want to put anything in this chest but only pull out gravel, and you'd be able to put in gravel dash star and hit add and add that rather than a specific type of gravel, right? Just like gravel dash star. And then the filter setup will detect that that's a wildcard with that star in it and adjust itself accordingly. There are no, unlike Minecraft, right? Minecraft, there are, I don't know, what are they called? Families, categories, lists. Like they have different tags that things associate with, right? There's an ore tag. There's a forge / ore tag. There's actual like tags, and that's kind of how they bind things together. Vintage Story doesn't. I don't think quite has that system, but it has the wildcard variant system that you can expand on. So we're gonna be using what we can here from Vintage. So the UI that comes up when you right click a filter, I did a mock-up of it, and there it is. Here's the mock-up of that UI. So the red boxes around the text, kind of ignore those, or just assume that they don't exist, because those are placed to guide the actual the bounds, the element bounds of the text, right? That's what that red box is for, is to tell me what's the bounding box of that text. And so I basically tried my best to show all of that. And then to show here, this box up here is the saved filter items box. And then you have a search. And then down here will be the search results. Now, there's these two windows here, stuff that I've not ever done before. For one, they have clipping areas. So you have to define the area to clip. Because the scroll bar, what the scroll bar does is, it's kind of funny how this system works. It doesn't work like you would expect. It basically tries to draw. If you didn't have the clipping area in there, it would draw the whole list. Let's say you had a big long list, right? It would draw that whole list. That adding that clipping area only limits it to draw what's in the clipping area. Everything else is sort of like not drawn. And so the scroll bar just moves. It just moves the list sort of in and out of the clipping range. It's just kind of weird. It's counterintuitive in my mind, how it actually works. But so there's a lot of new tech here that I've not played with at all. But converting all of this into code was also fun. I did that yesterday. GUI pipe filter, and so this code starting here, all of this, all of that is all of the code to convert that basic image into a UI. Now this is not tested. I have not tested this yet, but it theoretically works. Like, there's nothing in here that's too new. At least nothing I couldn't understand. Let's see. My UART programmer stopped working while I was in Canada, so I drove 4 hours home and 4 back to get a new one. Oh no. UART programmer. UART. I'm guessing it's UART program. I'm not sure what UART is. That I'm not familiar with that word, not that name, UART. Yeah, I do all my mockups in Photoshop. I've been using Photoshop for 30 years, so it's just like, it's kind of second nature to me. Well, yeah, that sucks. 4 hours home and 4 back. Good Lord, 8-hour drive to oh man, I'd be so pissed. Okay, so yeah, so this is the GUI that's essentially built when you right-click that. There's a lot of stuff in here. It's not a straightforward, easy thing to build. I'm hoping it's going to be fast. Most things are with the game, but you know, there could be things that slow this down, especially when it comes to popping in the data, right? So these flat lists, right? This flat list, this is where I stopped. This was like 2 a.m. 2 a.m. My vision is blurry, and I was deep into the weeds on this. But the flat lists. So I'm borrowing heavily from the handbook code because there's no real GUI, no real simple GUI system that gives you that allows you to just print a list of things, right? Like a list box, right? That would be great. But I was going through all the GUI stuff, and the only selectable list thing is this flat list, and it's a special type of thing. And I can pull up the DN Spy. By the way, if you don't have DN Spy, what's wrong? Like, this is a freaking awesome program. Okay, so this is the GUI Dialog Handbook Overview GUI. This is where I'm borrowing, like, I'm looking through, even though it's just a royal pain in the ass to look through this giant block of code. But this is what I've been looking at to sort of get an idea. And this is where that add flat list comes from, right? And then you've got, this is the actual list. And then here's the vertical scroll bar. And so I'm just kind of, I'm dipping my toe into the water, and I'm just like, okay, well, I'm going to try this. And then once I have sort of a code base that I can work with, then I can make it look pretty, or at least make it functional. Because there's a lot of, if you've noticed, there's a lot of calls. There's a lot of like event calls in this code that don't really do anything yet, right? They're not implemented. Like, so save button, cancel button, like on filter. So these are the scroll bars, and I'm really hoping I can get away with just doing that with the scroll bars, because anything more than that, and I'm gonna be up ship creek. But like anytime it comes to rendering stuff, oh, I'm so hopeless. So it gets down to like, what is a flat list? It says add flat list, right? That's a weird thing. What is a flat list? Well, there's a line in there. You can see list I flat list item stacks equals no. Well, obviously here shown handbook pages. This is a list of flat list items, and it's an interface, so that's good. I'm very, very happy to see it use an interface for once. And so what is this flat list item? Well, this is just a really dead simple thing. Bool visible, void render list entry 2, and void disposed. And it's like, what is actually the item that it's adding, right? It's adding a list of this interface, but what is actually being added to this item? Well, if we look at what this is, shown handbook pages, right? So shown handbook pages is something that is in here somewhere. I don't know what populates it. It's populated somehow. This is such a beast. All right. So there's some code in here, obviously, to go on to the next page, and I gotta be very, very careful with how much. So here's the filter items, right? Shown handbook pages. So this is actually what's filtering the items. So you can see why I've used the handbook code as sort of a guide, because it actually does something very, very similar to what I want to do. And that's filter and search for certain things, blocks, items, etc. And with this, I think I might be able to figure it out. But the goal of today is not necessarily going to be getting the filtration working. I think that's a little too ambitious. I want to get at least partway there, right? I'm trying to make progress on this feature, because once this feature is done and working, then I can add water or fluid pipes, which is going to be pretty trivial. To be honest, not trivial in terms of like what's involved, but trivial in terms of I don't have to reinvent the wheel. Most 99% of the work is done once item pipes work. Fluid pipes is just looking for a different kind of stack and a different kind of item slot, right? It's going to connect to different things. Um, and so that is going to be fairly straightforward, and operate on the same fundamentals. And down the road, if we ever want to add, say, a gas pipe, again, very, very simple. You just have to make basically two objects, which is the block entity of the pipe type that you want to make and the transport handler. And those two combined make a new pipe. And then my base code runs the whole thing. And then your pipe handler is the thing that actually moves things from A to B. So those two objects, your own pipe transport handler and a custom block entity that has some fundamental things. So like my block entity base, right? My pipe base, that is 99% of the work. And then my actual item pipe is just this code, right? This is all the code that's in here. And so yeah, there's a whole lot of shenanigans here, but and then we may get to a point where we're able to add like a filter into an insert node. There's a lot of quality of life features that I'm sure people would enjoy, but that's the quality of life stuff comes after. You cannot directly compare vintage story mods, or at least vintage engineering specifically, to your favorite like Minecraft mod, because most of those Minecraft mods have had 10 years of development behind, which I cannot compete with, right? Iterating on an idea on a mod for 10 years, you get a much bigger, richer experience because of all of the little tweaks and tunes and stuff like that. So, but we got to start somewhere, and this is what we're starting with. So, all right, now, I basically have this in place, and I would like to get us to a point where we can right click a filter. So what do we need to do that? Well, I kind of want an actual 3D object to look at instead of a big giant question mark. So we have shapes and item, and then we want VE pipe upgrade here. We're going to open this. We are going to save as right away. VE pipe filter. There we go. And then, what is a good symbol for a filter? Osh, do you have any ideas? Like, what should I put in here for a filter?
Well, there's the classic funnel. Or
Hmm.
you're talking like an icon, right?
Yeah. Like, what should be in the center? A funnel. Hmm.
Yep. Yeah, usually they look like a short rectangle, and then beneath that would be a trapezoid with the going down, and then a
Mm-hmm.
little square at the bottom.
Hmm. God, how do you do that with cubes? Um, let's get this. Um, okay. Now,
Let me see if I can find any other examples.
Um. Okay. So there's this filter. Basically a serial adapter for Jesus, that sounds like a mission critical thing that you don't want to. Yeah, you definitely don't want a USB thing going out when you're uploading firmware to some hardware, because that if that goes wrong, it basically bricks it. Like, I don't know if I can do a like I can't do a triangle. That's not something I can do. I want to keep it in this vision. If I do like a grid looking thing, right?
Yeah,
Sort of like
make it look like a screen.
let me look like a screen. The problem is that might make it look like a crafting grid.
Right. Yeah, I think that would be a little too confusing.
Unless the grid was not a 3x3, unless it was like obviously not a crafting grid. Let me work on that while you do whatever research you're doing.
Yeah, I looked for it in funnel. Just a funnel symbol is pretty much everybody
God, how can
uses.
you do that?
Uh, I actually do have an idea. I've been giving it some thought. Maybe pretty much the same design, but like at the top have a really long bar, horizontal bar, and then a gap, and then another pixel with that, and then after that one, do a couple tapered in a little, and then at the bottom have repeat the bottommost one. Does that make sense?
Um, no, I was trying to picture what you were. Uh,
You've got Discord up, right? I could just create a quick image.
yeah, I've got it up.
Okay, give me a sec here.
Um, let's see.
Okay, really raw, um, rough
Hmm.
cut of it, but
Okay. I kind of understand what you're going for there.
and
Um.
yeah, Prometheus. I think that's probably it. Think of it, like putting a coffee filter or something inside the funnel.
Okay. So this one is going to be
Yeah, looking at it, it could be done with as few as 6 lines.
funnel top. Let's make this one and then back. Try to center it in there. So that is 4 wide. This one, we're going to make 3.25 wide. We're going to drop it in there, and we're going to pop it up. Right? This is off. Why is that off? Or position 6. Three. Funnel top. Funnel 2. So arrow left, we want. Oh, no, no, no. Don't do that. We want to remove you. Okay. Yeah, I probably could, I probably could have words started from scratch and done it faster, but it's not how I roll. Let's take this one and we're going to remove this here. Disconnect them so they're not so jiggly pokery. Voxel size. These ones are 0.5, 0.45. Why is that? Yeah. 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Okay. So we're going to back it up and we're going to increase its size by that. And then this is going to be all 4. We're going to back this up. We're going to pop it up here. And then like that. Okay. Now I can move this down. Oh, nope. I can move this down like this. And I'm going to take this and duplicate it because we want a little nubbin. So we're going to have position is 2. Width is 0.5. Position is 1.75. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, to me, it looks like a giant arrow. So how? Because what if you're looking at it like this, or like this, or like this?
You need the top and the bottom to have repeat the top and bottom one.
So you mean like stretch this one out? No, not that. No. 0.75. And then the top, we're going to do 0.75. And we're going to do 6. Oh, darn it. I forgot they're all on that one. they're all yeah. Unfortunately, I can't move. I can move the rest of these down. Position 1.75. I mean, that's not bad. We need to bring this down. 1, 2, 3. Seven is too much. 6 is not enough. 6.75. There we go. So now it's like funnel, funnel 2, funnel 3 is, there's overlap there. I mean, I could pop that down a little bit. Yeah, let's go back to 6.5. 2 is down. 1 is 0.25. 0.75. 0.25. There, now they're all. Now the top and the bottom. How's that? Yay, nay?
Yeah, that looks a lot better. I think
Um,
my stream is a touch behind. Let me speed it up again here. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's...
I could even get really fancy with it. I mean, I'm just gonna play with this for just a moment. No, I didn't want to copy the whole damn thing. Don't do that.
One thing that might help is that the bottom two, you might not want to have draw to like a single block. Keep it, 2 or 3 wide.
Hmm.
Because then, if it's a single pixel, it looks more like an arrow at a glance.
Why is my origin way the hell out there? Let's go 1, 1, 6, 8, 6, 8. There we go. Much better. Let's see. This is going to be 0.25. 5. It's going to be 0.32. This is going to be 3. 2.5. 2.5, I said. And then we want 45. And then let's go back 6.5, 0.8. This is going to be 7, 6, 7. Then 6.2. What did I hit? Jesus, I hate when I use the scroll mouse or the scroll wheel and it's just totally foo-bars it. All right. There's one side. Very, very much more filter-like, I would imagine. Very, very much more filter-like. So I think I'm on the right track here. And you shouldn't have any, even though it's black, you shouldn't have any Z fighting because it's slightly thinner, right? It's slightly thinner than the sides, but it should blend pretty well. You should barely see any difference. And so I want to copy duplicate element, and this is going to be funnel right. And then this guy is going to be rotated the other way. No, this way. And I want position over here. And then this one is 6.2. This one is going to be 10.2, 6.5, 6.2, 6.8. Maybe 6.9. Ooh, no, 6.85, 6.81. I think the problem is not. I think 6.8 is fine. I think I need to dial it back. One, 5. And then 8, 2. So close. The perfectionist side of me is just like 825, 83. I think that's as good as we're gonna get, honestly. Now for the background, what should the background color be? I guess what's the primary material that we're going to be making these with? Right now it's tin bronze. I kind of like that look, the tin bronze look. But I think filters in large part are going to be brass. So let's
I was thinking copper, gold, or silver. Unless, I mean, I was just thinking the material you use to make the filters.
yeah, which is going to be brass. The filter's going to be largely brass.
Okay.
Silver and gold we can't really use because those materials are quite rare in the vanilla game. I can't strictly rely on my Orza Plenty mod being used. I would highly recommend using it, but I can't rely on that. So silver and gold, yeah, silver is a lot more prevalent than gold, but gold is so extraordinarily rare in quantity, and I already have quite a few mods that use gold. You know, Angel Belt uses it. The Night Watcher uses it. Like, there's so many things that use the gold. So yeah, I think brass. Do I have a brass survival textures block metal ingot brass? Okay, let me copy that and find programming vintage engineering mod assets vintage textures blah. Is this is item block brass. It is what it is. Okay, so we want base, face, image, import, block, brass, here, apply. And then we want the whole enchilada to be taken, right? And then copy, paste. Not that you'll ever see the bottom, but it is possible. It is possible to see the bottom. Very, very unlikely, but possible. All right. Does that look? I don't think that looks any better. I don't think that looks good at all. That brass texture is gnarly.
I think one would get used to it, but I see your point.
I was hoping for something shiny, but that's not shiny at all. There's no there's no sheets of brass. Okay. Torch holder. Yeah, see, for some reason, brass is like with everything in the game. Well, there are brass sheets right here. This actually even has some like rivets on it, which would be kind of cool. Let's try brass 2. And I'm in here. Now, face image. Clear image. How do I clear these? Like, I want to clear these. There's no way to delete an image out of this? Huh. Apply. Well, let's do... Ah! I wanted to move this back. Copy. Paste. Oh, much better. Oh, dear God, that's much better. Now the question is, keep the rivets or axe the rivets? I kind of like the rivets. Gives it...
Personally, I like them too, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm assuming this is going to be like a standard approach to your upgrades, is that to start with that rivet and the black outline base, and then you have an icon or something in the center. Like
For things that have it, yeah. For things that aren't really, yeah. There's not going to be many of these kinds of things, but the filter is just there's no tiers of filter, right? So the filter is the filter,
yeah.
which is a weird statement. Filter is the filter. But yeah, so what I can do is I can one of the reasons why I copied the textures from the base game is so I can, go in and tweak the textures. I could load that texture and brighten it up a little bit. And just a subtle bit would be nice on that, but I think that is a good good view. Rivets all the way. All right. Well, that's 3 votes for rivets, so I think we're going to keep it. Okay, so that's the pipe filter. What I want to do now is I want to go into that damn shape file. Shapes, item, VE pipe filter, edit. This is the actual... Oh, look at that. It only captures the... It only saved the 2 textures that are used. It didn't save that texture that was no longer used. Excellent. So, all right. Now, when we load the game, believe it or not, it should just be in there because that's how the game works. And since one of the reasons I kept the form factor, I kept the overall shape, right, and the size, because I copied the upgrade, the JSON from the upgrade, which already has the tool rackable It has the ground storable. It has all of those things set. So as long as I don't change the shape, like the general size and shape of it, pipe filter, there it is, right? It should automatically just have the same orientation and stuff. So there it is. The pipe filter is a go, and if I give myself one of those, give item vintage engineering VE pipe filter, just give me 4 of those, right? They should only stack to 1, even though I got 4, so you can't, right? You can't put them on one another. But I can, if I had a tool rack around here, I should be able to just pop them on there, right? And then ground storable as well. So, since that code is already done for me, I didn't have to redo it. Yeah, I do a lot of testing in this world. I had to move away from this area. I keep saying this. I had to move away from this area. This was the screenshot. Let me show you again. You should recognize the screenshot there. I had to move away from this area because this is where the very first part of my machine testing was going. And because I was, in the middle of testing, and the game would crash, or the power system would crash, things like that. Like the block entities, the spaces inside of here started getting corrupted. I had to move over here because all of those areas over there got corrupted. Because that's what happens when you test, right? You place a block, it creates a block entity, the game crashes, it doesn't sync right. The block entity is like saved, but the block isn't. Like it got gnarly over there. So I moved over here. So yeah, now I need to be able to right click the pipe filter. So how do we do that? Well, let me close. Oh, that's the GUI pipe filter. I actually need that. Item pipe filter. This right here is actually the pipe filter item that we're holding in our hands. If we go to the Vintage Engineering mod itself, you can see I am registering items right here. I need to register VE pipe filter, type of item pipe filter. Because it was trying to load the JSON file open. This will probably default. Oh, no, it didn't. Awesome. Assets, item types, VE pipe filter in here. So this right here. So this class is what we're instantiating. It probably gave me an error in my log file that class was not found. The game handled it fairly well. It didn't crash. But yeah, now we need to actually define what this string actually turns into, right? Because you can put whatever you want in here as long as it's mapped with this, right? I'm registering an item class now. So this pipe filter is now going to be mapped to instantiating a new pipe filter. All right. So now is the fun part. It is override on player on held interact. Called when the player right clicks while holding this in their hands. That sounds like we want to do that, right? That sounds good to me. So the item pipe filter, this is going to have a few things associated with it. It's going to have some variables and such, but I would like to look at here, item pipe upgrade, on loaded. All right. So the pipe filter, if we look at that mock-up again, God, where did I put that? Mockup design docs. Pipe filter mockup. You can see some of the options here, right? Enabling a blacklist. So the filters will default to whitelist, which means only accept or only look for these items. A blacklist means ignore these items, right? It's the opposite behavior. It's not per item, it's per filter. Adding restrictions into this process builds character. So don't think that I'm doing this because I'm lazy. I'm doing this because limitations in a system typically breed creativity, right? Anytime a system does everything for you, it's boring, right? It's boring. If Factorial was super easy, or super simple, it would not be the game that it is today. It's because it's hard to master that it's good. But okay, so blacklist, enable or disable for the whole entire thing, right? All of the filter items will be associated with that. So that is a flag. So we are going to need a public bool is blacklist equals false. We just set it equal to false. Just when the variable is created, it does that. Okay. Well, good luck, Prometheus. Good luck with the flashing of firmware. It always makes me like cringe when I have to do that. So I do it as rarely as possible. Okay, so that's the first setup. The blocks and items, these are basically like search terms, right? This thing in here, blocks, items, wildcards. These dictate how searching goes. Are you going to search blocks? Are you going to search items? Are you going to allow wildcards? So these we don't need to save with the filter itself, right? These are going to be strictly based on the GUI that you have loaded. As soon as you close the GUI, all of that stuff is scrapped. It doesn't matter anymore. We don't care about that. And hey, Cypress, how's it going today, sir? Or ma'am, I don't know, whatever you prefer. Okay. So the other thing we need is the list of things and stuff in here. We need whatever is listed in here. This is going to be part of our attributes. Is blacklist, and we are going to want onloaded, override onloaded, called when the collectible has been registered. Client side called once the collectible has been loaded from server packet. I don't think we have initialize. We don't have an initialize. So onloaded is what we've got. If we look at GUI pipe filter, no. If we look at that, we're done with item pipe upgrade. Yeah, this right here, unloaded. Load variables for upgrade. These are loading all of the things. Now, not 100% sure. If we load each individual item, yeah, I think we're gonna want pipe filter. So is blacklist equals attributes of, let's do get this dot attributes dot get dot it's weird. Sometimes you can do a get and sometimes you cannot. How did I do these? Yeah. Attributes of something dot as. Okay. It's weird. The syntax is slightly different. Attributes of is black list dot as bool. Default value is going to be false. Obviously, it's going to default to false. So this is blacklist. This is also, if we look in my GUI pipe filter GUI. Pipe filter GUI element. Oh, that's not the GUI. GUI pipe filter. If we go down in here, you can see attributes. You can see that here. So I want to make sure I'm using the same attribute codes. But filter item, right? This now I can change is blacklist dot filter item stack. Okay, it's an item stack. So dot collectible as item pipe filter. And then we go this dot is blacklist. Like that. So the dot collectible is essentially like what class is that? And I'm casting that as an item pipe filter and it is blacklist. Because I pass in the item stack of what you're holding, right? When I create this dialog, I want to make sure that we pass in the stack that we right click. And we only do that. We only open this dialog on the client. The server does not care, but we are going to need to sync. When we hit save, we are going to need to sync the information with the server somehow. I don't know how we're going to do that, but somehow we're going to do it. Okay, so this is one way of doing it. I don't know if I'm very happy with that, but because this is assuming if this is null, yeah. See, I'm gonna revert this back. I want to revert it back, because this won't crash. Because filter item dot attributes will always kind of exist. Not guaranteed that this one exists, but if it doesn't exist, it has a default value. So this line won't crash; it'll just default to false. Whereas the other line could crash, right? So I want to minimize the crashable lines as much as possible, and I'm getting it also here on blacklist switch. So that when you toggle that check mark, it actually sets that back and forth. You know, true, false, true, false, true, false. Okay, so now I want to figure out how to open the GUI here. Pipe extraction node, I think, might give me the best. No, it's going to be BE base on right click. Whole lot of code in here. And then I want to get to the very bottom, this right here. So the issue here is toggle extraction node dialog is Do I have that function? Because what's interesting about this is it actually has a delegate inside on create delegate, which is what this code is, right? This is the code that's run. BE toggle extraction node dialog. Yeah, I definitely have that in there. So, I'm going to close that for now. Item pipe upgrade, I'm going to close. Pipe extraction node, I'm going to close. Item pipe filter. So let's do a toggle. Let's do void public void toggle filter GUI. Okay. And then let's go look. Player, what is the relevant information here? Create dialog delegate. Okay. On create dialog. So we want iPlayer player create dialog delegate on create dialog. So the player will have the inventory. Oh, Jesus. Really? Play each sound? I have literally never typed that. I don't know why that's in there, but player.inventory manager, right? .active hotbar slot. So we already have, by passing in the player, we already have access to their inventory. Now, let's see. I want to make sure. I want to make sure I do this. Remember, there's like block entity packets and stuff, but we might not need block entity packets for now, because the only reason we send block entity packets here is because of inventories. The server needs to know which inventories the client has open and has access to, which is why we need to send this. The filter doesn't have an inventory. It is itself a thing, right, that has no inventory slots. So we don't need the player or the server to know anything about the inventory. There's no inventory to trigger. However, we are going to need some way of sending the relevant information to the server so the server can update that item in the player's hands. And that I'm not going to think about right now. It's hard to concentrate on things when you're streaming. So, and that's going to take a lot of concentration. I can't even speak right. Found a group of folks who've been releasing mostly technical mods who are interested in helping with the code bits. I'm actually very interested in third artist. I'm a second 2D, third or second through 2D 3 artists, and we'll be working on some functional stuff. I need an artist. The next phase into this mod is multi-blocks, and we are close to them. And I need artists to make multi-blocks. Because while I can whip together a little pipe filter, making a giant multi-block and animating it is not in my wheelhouse. Making it look good. But yeah, after I get this operational, the next thing I'm going to do is do a write-up, basically a white paper or a spec sheet on the best practices and expectations for the multi-block system, because this mod is going to completely reprogram or basically reinvent the multi-block system to be better, to be used for our own purposes. But again, other modders will be able to plug into our system and use it. So Yeah, the so multi-blocks are going to be pretty variegated as far as what we're going to need. But, I mean, a good one to start with is a pump jack. If you Google like an oil pump jack, or even like a traditional like movie Western style pump jack, it's the thing with the big head that goes up and down and it's pumping the oil and stuff. That's going to be one of the multi-blocks. The first couple I think I'm going to be able to do myself. So the LV tier is going to have the creosote oven, and it's going to have the alloy oven. Those two are going to be multi-blocks, but they're going to be dead easy, right? The creosote oven is going to be just a giant 3x3x3 cube, which is going to be simple. And the alloy oven will again be 3x3x3, but it'll be differently shaped as a test for the whole system. So basically, yeah, the after those two are done, that's the LV tier. There's going to be another balance pass of intermediates and stuff. And then after that, we're going to go to NB tier, which is pump jack, refinery, diesel generator, industrial mixer, industrial distillery, industrial crusher, like a big crusher. So like bigger multi-blocks, right? They're going to be big multi-blocks. And I'm going to be writing out sort of a spec on how to do multi-blocks right that doesn't crush the texture atlas, because you have to be very careful not to crush the texture atlas. I cannot emphasize that enough. Do not abuse the texture system in the game. You will destroy performance of the game if you try to do that. You have to respect the texture atlas. Doing otherwise will make it very, people will be very sad. Let me put it that way. Were you thinking stylized like 19th century? I mean, as far as that goes, I don't have a creative artist like designing the art style. I'm just sort of I'm a technical person. I'm a designer, a creative, and a programmer. Designing them to like have an aesthetic, not really my forte, right? I want like a pump jack and a refinery and whatever, but how to make that look good or actually have a cohesive style, not my cup of tea, not my forte. I don't specialize in that. And it takes me 2 or 3 times longer to do anything in 3D than your average artist actually does. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. Yeah. But yeah, I'm going to be writing up. Blue is going to be working hopefully on the multi-block system soon, and we've already spec'd it out. We've got the design spec for the multi-block system, and he's confident that he can do it. But I'm going to be writing up a spec sheet on the actual shapes and what to do and what not to do. Because if you have a giant shape and it's all UV mapped and its texture is 1024 by 1024, you're gonna chew up the vast majority of a texture atlas, because all the other textures in the game are 32 by 32 pixels, right? And you just have to use them creatively. But yeah, I hate that people don't understand what a texture atlas does and how it works. And I was getting some help from Mr. Andy Dandy here several months ago. He was actually going gung ho on the 3D models, so that's why the LV generator, the metal press, that's why all of those like look really cool, because he was working on redoing the the models, and he was doing a great job, except the textures that he was using kept getting bigger. The size was still limited to a block, right? There was still only one block in size, except his textures quadrupled in size. So I was like, you can't do that. So like these, right? Very cool. And then he did this, and then the very next one he did is not in here because it uses a texture that's 4 times bigger than this one. Right? So this is all like UV map texture and stuff. He did a good job. I like it, but Jesus. There's limits, man. There's limits. All of the other textures are, shared, right? This texture is the same as like that texture down there, and it's the same as this one and this one. Like they're shared textures, and even this texture is one of the like tin bronzes. So yeah, the thing here is like, yeah. So this all works. Again, I want to show this off because I'm super happy with this. Right? It's just so nice that it works. And I don't have anything. I don't have multiple stacks of something. Well, yeah, believe it or not. No, can we not open? There we go. Yeah, see? Everything works. It's all good. Give me that. Okay. And then you're gonna, obviously if you have this, let's put that in there, right? And then I can say, hey, I want that to be an extract node. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Now those are extracting. They're not going in here. They're going over here. Because this is an extract node, and you can't insert on an extract node. Right? So, it is what it is. And so now we're working on the filter right here. Okay. Just to, if anybody's new to the stream, this is where we're at. Yeah, UV unwrap. I want to discourage UV wrapping for this mod because the texture you use for the UV unwrapped model can't be used in another model, right? It's specific to that model. Whereas when you use the texture mapping to face, you can use the same texture for many, many places, many different things, many different machines, right? So don't try to get your detail out of a texture. Get your detail out of the shapes. That's how the game is built. Detail in the shapes, in the voxels. The tessellator handles all of it, and it's extremely efficient. So get your detail out of your shapes, not your textures. Your textures, it should just be very simple, 32 by 32, and then all of your complexity should be shape-based. Okay, so this code here, we don't need to send a packet. We don't need to send a packet. Now, extraction GUIs, the face index, yeah, some of this stuff we don't need. Let's see. I'm just trying to think here. What are we going to need to use? What are we not going to need to use? On closed, we are going to need to do something on closed. Okay, so I need a GUI object, private GUI pipe filter GUI.
I've started the naming convention of all my member variables, all my variables in a class to start with an underscore. That way, when I'm in here and I do like a this dot underscore, I have all of my things right at the top. Because yeah, the API is so monstrously large that it's just like okay. So create dialog delegate. I'm not 100% sure what that does. I'm going to close that. I don't need that open anymore. And let's see. On create dialog. Web extraction. On create dialog. I'm just going to try. There's a lot of code in here, everybody, and it all does something. Believe it or not, it works for something. I think is this it? Yeah, this is it. Delegate. So, yeah, this code is what's run in that block. So, when we call the function, we send it the delegate to run, which is not bad. But, yeah. So, we need, first of all, in here, if filter GUI not equal to null. So why are you? Why is there a little squiggle? Why is there an underline right there? This is why. Why is there an underline right there? Ugh. Anyway, if it does not equal to null, then we want to just update it. So we need to add a update function. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Yeah, I think we don't. Equals null. Then we want to do filter GUI equals on create dialog. All right. It's looking for a specific type of dialog. It's looking for a dialog block entity. I really didn't want to have to roll my own delegate, but create dialog delegate. I need to use All right, now I can concentrate again. Jesus, my eyeballs were floating. All right. Yeah. So I need... Pipe filter is just a simple GUI dialog. So I need to basically define a custom delegate, public delegate, GUI dialog. Oh, Jesus. GUI dialog. Create dialog delegate. Create basic dialog delegate. Delegate? What? Why? GUI dialog. There it is. It just had to include the thingy McDougal up here. Right? So, create basic dialog delegate returns the right thing, right? It returns the right thing. Create filter GUI pipe. Come on. GUI pipe filter. Can we there we go. There we go. Now we're talking. This just defines like what the return type is for this object. Which means we can call it, like this. If filter GUI equals null, and then filter GUI dot on closed plus equals and then there was a, what is the action plus equals, there was a delegate on this as well. Yeah, plus equals delegate. It looks like there's no, it's just empty braces. Okay. Plus equals delegate. A delegate is just a generic, what are they? I think it's called like an anonymous function or something like that. It's just a generic function that's called. You don't need to, you could declare another function down here on closed and then assign that to there and blah, blah, blah. You could do that 100%. But we don't want to do that. So what do we want to do when we close this thing? We want to invalidate. Do we want to invalidate the GUI? Because remember, this is basically only going to be run on the client. So we need to spit data to the server. And I don't know if there's a packet system to do that, but filter GUI equals null. Filter GUI dot dispose. Disposing is very, you want to dispose of it before you null it, because you want to release its, you want to give its memory back. I didn't do it here because I don't really know what happens. Equals null. Yeah, I null it here, so I definitely want to dispose of it. That's important. Because then I knew it when I created up here. You don't want to try open. Now, over here, if GUI equals null, GUI equals onCreate dialog. So this will try to create it. Remember, we're gonna put the delegate information in here. We're gonna put this function into the call itself. Filter that on closed. We assign that, and then we want to filter GUI.try open. Right? So, in here, I think this is essentially what we need to do. I'll do the syncing stuff in a second. Because while we have a block entity packet, I don't know if we have like an item packet. Cappy.network. I can do a quick peek. Let's do a quick peek. Cappy. No. Let's do public. No, let's do private iCore client Cappy. If API.side equals side.client Cappy equals API as iCore client core client API. Right? So Cappy dot network dot send entity packet. There we go. Oh. There's no send packet. Send arbitrary packet. There we go. Sends given packet data to the server. If you know the protocol. For formal network communication, you want to register your own network. Ugh. I don't want to register my own network. I don't. Should I just do a block entity? No, it's not a block entity though. We're used to inventory supplied network. Inventory. That's a very, very specific type of packet. Do not mess with that. I don't know. Is there an item in the game that actually sends information? Is there? Try to think. Is there an item in the base game that has to sync custom data to the server after interaction? That's what I'm going after here. I'm trying to avoid defining a custom network. I'm really trying to avoid that. Because this is based on an item, we can actually look, right? We can look at, say, item. I've got, item nugget. We look at item nugget. It's an item. We look at the base item. Oh my god, there's nothing there. Check texture, clone, get random color. Good lord, there's nothing to it. Okay. And then collectible object. This is the base class for all of the things. Send unloaded, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, there's no unreceived. There's no like probably channel set up. So like item, right? If we look at item and we go analyze and we say, what is it used by? Why are you doing that? The hell is going on with my computer? Okay, so you have mods, of course, but then all of the things. So item X. Unheld. I'm just looking for like temp attributes. Is there anything in the game? Maybe a book? No, see, writable book maybe? Ooh, let's see if we can find book. That's about the only thing. Let's go book. Is there a book? Oh my god. I know there's a writable book or an editable book. What is it called? Item book. Edit. No, edit. Oh, he sets up a custom packet. Damn it. When you see a custom packet, he set up a custom channel. 100%. That's how he did it. Mod system editable book. Yeah. Damn. End edit. Get channel. Yep. Oh, he set up a custom channel. Damn it. That's what I'm going to have to do. 100% I'm going to have to do. Anyway, we'll get into that in a second. I just want to open this GUI. That's all I want to do. I want to open the GUI. Okay, on close, delegate, dispose, and null. We'll deal with the data in a bit. We should be directly editing the item in the GUI when we hit save, right? When we hit save, that's the function that's going to then have access to the item that we're holding, of course. And that's what's going to write to the attributes tree. For one, it's going to write whether or not it's a blacklist. That's a simple Boolean attribute. And then it's going to write all of the codes of the filter items as an attribute tag. So it's going to have a custom tree attribute. It's going to write all of the filter codes that we have saved, and it's going to write all of those to the attributes tree. So by the time this closes and we get into there, right? Once we get into there, we're going to be able to fire off a packet to the server with basically the tree attribute data that we need to have, right? It's going to be a single like tree attribute byte array, and that is going to be the packet, and we're going to unpack that on the other side, or basically on the server side. We're going to apply it to the items that the server has access to, and then those are going to get synced and saved. So I know how to do that kind of stuff. I've done that before. I have several mods that does stuff like that. For one of them is the Angel Belt. The Angel Belt does a lot of client and server syncing, which it has to, because the client can't really do anything without the server. You can't override the server. So I just want to try to open the damn thing. Okay. Now we want to on held interact start. So This is called by this item only when you are holding it and you right click it, right? So we don't really need to check like the slot and stuff, but we are going to anyway, right? If slot.empty item slot by agent block select entity bool. If slot.empty or api.world.block.accessor.get block at block selection dot position is block pipe base. Get block dot collect get block type. I'm trying to figure out. So for one, is the slot empty, which should never be true. We are literally right clicking with something in our hand, so slot should always have something in it. It should never be empty. Or api.world.getBlock at the position. So whatever we're looking at, which could be air, whatever we're looking at is not a block or a pipe. Now, so if it is not a block, or if it's not a pipe, we'll put a breakpoint at this at any rate. If it's not a pipe, then we can do the toggle thingy McDougal here. So let's this here. If we try close, why is this here? Try open. If I why do I try to close it here? Try open. If going no. Oh. Okay. Yeah. It closes it. Yeah. Let's try to do that as well. If unclosed, plus equal delicate. If not equal null. Unclosed plus equals delegate. So to run this code every time. Yeah, we don't want to try to. We don't want the ability to close it by right clicking again. That would be bad. If equals null. else filter GUI dot is open. So if it's opened and somebody right clicks, we can either A, do nothing, which is what this code does, or B, we can close it without saving. What I want to try to prevent are accidental not saving events, right? If somebody's putting a whole bunch of filter stuff in their filter and they accidentally right click, the thing is going to close and just eliminate all the stuff that was in there. So I want to try to prevent that. I want to either force them to hit cancel or save or the X, which is essentially cancel on the dialog, right? Now I could set it to just save always, but again, I want to limit the craziness that I have to track. So here I could, if filter is opened, if the GUI is open, meaning it's not null, which means it's active, right? We are actively in the GUI. Then just return. Don't do any of this because we've already got. We don't want to run this code again. We don't want to plus equals it again because we've already done it once. And then down here, this is where we want to call this, right? Toggle extraction node dialog. So we want to go toggle filter GUI, and we're going to pass in by entity dot player. No, dot entity by entity. How do we do it here? Player. We're passing in the player. Oh my god, look at all this. When player right click. So for some reason, this function is an entity agent. By entity dot is what the hell? I hate. Why is there 5 different things that we have to? How could possibly the entity agent not be a player? But I guess if you have like a dummy player doing a box clicker or something, he made sure that was how do I convert this into a player? I know I've done this in other places. I just don't do it often enough to just instantly know, like, oh, this is exactly what you do. It's like very rarely do I come into a problem like this. And entity agent, a goal-directed entity which observes and acts upon the environment. All right. I can guarantee you, entity agent, the player is somewhere in this thing. So if we look at the subclass, this is an entity, and if we look at we look at player, entity player, right? They're an entity humanoid, which is an entity agent. So, like, we can, rather than pass in a player, right? We could pass in, because we don't really access player at all. We could do entity player, And we could go by entity like that. And then we could go, comma, new delegate. No, just delegate. Yeah, not all code paths return a value. That is understandable. Okay, so now we want to actually instantiate. We want to create the actual GUI. Which I should have already. Filter GUI equals new GUI pipe filter. Don't I? Yeah. Equals new GUI pipe filter, and we pass in cappy, and we pass in slot.item stack, and we return filter GUI. Now it's complaining about entity. Entity agent as entity player. Okay. So we're casting it as entity player. If by entity does not equal is not entity player, return. If entity is not an entity player, get out of here. We're not going to open the GUI on something that's not a player. So this is newing that on block interact start. So yeah, we've already had a breakpoint on here. Now let's just double check this. So yeah, there's a lot of code here. These are just all parameters inside of this, right? All of this information, because pipe extraction nodes are much more complex. We do an update call, which I don't think we need, because when we knew it, right, the constructor is going to have all of our initialization. And then we return it, and we mark it dirty, which is fine, but that should be good. This could crash and burn horribly, but we got to start somewhere. Or I could just open the GUI. Like, it could just work. You know, let's glass half full here. Glass half full. Maybe a quarter full. Okay. Right. Where are the filters at? There they are. And right click. Okay, slot.empty is false, which is good. And world is blocked should easily, oh shit. Okay. Block accessor get block. For air blocks or invalid coordinates, you'll get a block instance with the block called air. Let's I just want to see what the block selection is. When it is air. Oh, come on. Get my keys right. I've been playing too many games. Okay, here and here. Block selection. Oh, block selection is null. Okay. So if slot.empty or block selection equals null or that. So with ors in there, it basically like as soon as one of these is true, it comes in there. Right? If block selection equals null. Now I could have this inside of here, but let's try this. I didn't know block selection would be null. I thought it would be air, right? I thought it would be like air, but I guess yeah, we're not actually highlighting a block. Like which block on the infinite blocks that you're looking at would be the one that you return? There's no. It kind of makes sense that would be null. So block selection equals null. It should come in here because the first time it hits a true, it's like, oh, we can come in here. Okay. So you can see by entity is an entity player, right? You can see vintage story API comment.entity player. I know it's hard to see. There's really no way I can increase the size of that font, but it is, I'm just taking my word for it, it is an entity player. Okay. So now it's going to try to instantiate the pipe filter and good to go there. And it's not doing anything. Where's my try open? Okay. I'm gonna F11. Filter GUI equals null. Filter GUI equals that. Right? So you got the actual GUI built. So we can go like filter GUI. Oh, come on. Filter GUI dot single composer is null. Okay. Try open. So something fundamental is going on here. I don't even want to save it. I want to just cancel it. What am I missing in the dialog? GUI pipe filter. Let's look at a different GUI. Let's just look at pipe extraction. Oh, I'm an idiot is what I am. I didn't call the setup dialog in the constructor. Okay. Setup dialog would help. Because the single composer is null. That's why I was kind of weird, because it was like I'm instantiating, I'm newing the pipe filter, but why is this like not working? Single composer should instantiate, right? Create composition, which is what this does. Why was single composer null? It was because I wasn't actually calling the setup dialog, which, that helps. It does help. I also need to obviously set up all of the things in the stuff in here. And then I need also to ensure that We're only doing this on the client. Pipe extra. Is there a... What? On player, right click. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. So this is also run on both sides, but down here, if we go all the way to the bottom, we have this, right? We only do this on the client. So when we come in here, we want if if API dot side equals dot server return. Just going to put that in there right now. We don't actually want to instantiate the filter or the GUI on the server. I don't even know what the server would do when we did that. But now, if we take the breakpoint away from there and let's add it to here, because I know this code should work fine. Now that setup dialog is going to run, and oh man, we could get some spicy returns out of this. Because all of that huge block of code that actually builds the dialog, I have not tested that yet. This is going to be the first time that actually runs. Live on camera. You know, that's how we roll around here. Okay, so this is going to create the dialog. And there's the big crash. Damn it. Okay, what in God's name is this? This is argument exception. X2 must be larger than X1, and Y2 must be larger than Y. What is this? GUI composer. Line there. Item pipe filter. Line 129. Okay. 129. Right here. Oh, Jesus. This is a... This is the call. The entire block of lines here. This is all one large call. I don't know. Blur. I don't actually blur anything. The only thing that I can think of that would cause this argument exception. So there's some funky stuff. Oh, I hate that is all one call. See, I tried to mimic the base game handbook stuff. So the bounds here, as you can see, with those windows that should have scroll bars. First of all, there's the list, right? That's, if we pull this up, it very subtly, you can see this border right here, right? This border inside here, that is the actual inside, right? That's the inside of this. That's that line there. And then the inset, which is the thing on the outside, right? The inset is that copied with the grow of the padding with the offset over and up of the padding. Because I don't know. I don't know what code, what values it's actually getting called. The only way that I could do it is to figure out, basically add, instead of doing all this in one huge block, maybe separating it out. Because I don't know which value in here is actually throwing the error. It doesn't actually give me the specific values that it's looking at, which is unfortunate. Because if I had those values, then I might be able to look at it. But I don't know. The only way I can think of to try to fix this is to just, man, I really don't want to do this. Like add each block as a separate thing. I've never had this happen before, but I've never had parents and siblings of element bounds before. But again, if we look at on init GUI, you can see, that this is clip bounds, fork bounding parent, inset bounds, fixed grow with fixed offset. Actually, fixed grow, okay, let's take a peek here. We have to have the fixed grow twice as much as the padding. So that makes sense. Padding plus padding. Padding plus padding. Search text. Oh. Not that. Filter items inset. There we go. Padding plus padding. Well, I set padding up here to 4. I like nice and tight GUIs. That's what I like. Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. Argument exception. GUI dialog background. Background? X2 must be larger than X1. Y2 must be larger than Y. What are the actual values, please? Can you tell me what the actual values? Don't give me the error. I want to know what the actual values are. Where's my stack? Call stack is completely empty. Okay. Now, window, dialog bound. I have no idea what any of these numbers mean. Single composer. No reference. What? Oh, and threw a null reference because there was an error inside of here. Okay. That makes more sense. We play filter. Line 44. That's understandable. I don't know of a way to debug this without setting up each individual thingy. It's saying the basic error is one box is not larger than another. That's essentially what it is. Like, you're trying to put something in something else that's not bigger than the thing you're trying to put it in, right? So, almost like my scroll wheel or my scroll bars are... Yeah, see, I was really borrowing heavily from this. Scroll bar bounds, inset bounds. So the only thing that I think well, I'm sorry, I need to pull this off into another monitor. Scroll, inset. So the inset bounds is the list fixed 0, 0 list height. Fixed X, fixed Y is 0. Oh, fixed under. That's why. Field bounds. So I do an absolute value here. Search field. So stack list. And then you have the clip bounds with 0 padding. Then you have the inset, which is flat copy dot fixed grow, which is twice your offset, which is what I have here. And then the scroll bar bounds is the inset bounds, copy offsetted sibling, and this is 3 plus stack list bounds dot fixed width plus 7. 3 plus width plus 7 is width plus 10, which is what I did. Because I don't know why there's a 3 plus width plus 7 with 0, 0, 0 with fixed width 20. Yeah. This is literally like exactly what the base game has. Okay. I think the only thing for it is this. I need to do this. I need to figure out which block is actually causing the problem. Because of course this would happen on literally the most complex GUI that I've ever made. If I need to, I can hopefully, maybe, possibly make these all fixed, because every other GUI that I've made does not have this kind of shenanigans in it, like every other one that I've ever made. But I was not sure how the clipping area and the scroll bar, I have no idea how that actually functions. Random cat hair blowing around me. So, you know, having no idea how something works, you sort of like model it off of something you know works, and then you try to figure out how to edit it from there. Because the handbook, this is what I'm talking about. This scroll bar here, right? You have the search bar, you have these underneath, and then you have the inset and blah blah blah, and then the scroll bar. So I know that works somehow. Okay, so this, we can remove that and then go here. Okay, so F10, that works. Blacklist, that works. Search option, that works. Save loaded, I bet you this does it. No. Save loaded filter. Save loaded filter set. Oh, these are the buttons. Blacklist auto, search option panel, save loaded. Oh, yeah. This one, add flat list. This I bet you. No, it doesn't. Search bar and button. Nope. Cancel and save buttons. Nope. Search results window. This is going to do it because it's going to try to compose it and it's going to bork out. X2 must be larger than X1. Okay. Can you give me any more information? See, it's in Cairo. So I don't have those calls. Surface transform blur Cairo surface blur partial. We can look. Blur partial. Okay. Pyro. Pyro font. File. Open. You couldn't find. I'll find it. Stupid computer. Story Live. Where's Live Cairo? Cairo C#. Okay, where is the surface transform blur? Dot blur partial. Here's that code. Blur tells me it's the insets because it's blurring those lines, right? This is the exception we're hitting right here. So these values are, I don't know, getting mixed up or backwards or something. So let's see, blur partial line 15. Yeah, the line numbers don't directly translate into the DN spy, so just know that those lines don't match up. So API.client that GUI element dialog background dot compose elements. GUI element dialog background. GUI element dial that compose elements. Let's. Damn it. I don't know if I can. Gotta wait for a second before I do anything. This is by far the most frustrating thing. It's just waiting for the game to load. I mean, it just is like, yeah, I could probably leave it going and then hot reload and do that, and it's like, nah, I don't want to do that. Nope. I want to restrict it to this. And then hot reload. Close this. Back to game. And let's try this again. Which should jump all the way down to here. Right? And now I'm going to see if I can hit F11. Nope. I can't. I can't jump into that code. I was really hoping I could. I'm missing something like really fundamental, I think. Like it just doesn't make any sense that this would bork out on me. I don't understand it. See this GUI dialog block entity, what is that? GUI dialog block entity. Is a GUI dialog generic, which is not what I do here. Okay, so Unregister close. I'm just wondering if I'm missing something, because this is, the basic GUI dialog is like the most basic one. GUI dialog. GUI dialog generic derived types. Journal is a right. I don't think it would really matter. What? Okay. Uh, yeah, this is the title of the dialogue, just so you know that. Everything else is the same. God, I really wish this would actually tell me what is actually causing the problem, because I have no idea. I did not think this was going to be where I stubbed my toe on this process. I really, really didn't think this was where I would stub my toe. Like, what you need? Oh God! At least have your errors give me some information. Telling me the X's and Y's don't make sense is fine, but what actually, like, give me the key. Give me something that tells me what actually is wrong. Because I cannot dive into this code to see what it is. So the single composer is a GUI composer. Dot compose. Let's do this. I'm gonna F5. we can go in here. We're going to let's wait till it's freaking loaded first. Make sure everything is happy. Debug. Attach to process. Vintage story. Attach. Really? Toggle breakpoint. I can't debug in here because I'm already debugging in here? Y'all can't look at the same thing? $32-bit process. What? Use 30. Oh, use. I thought it said using. Okay. Obviously, we can't do that. Okay. I was hopeful. Single composer dot compose. Let's look at single composer. Bounds. Yeah, I don't know. This is gonna bomb out on me. Yeah, I can't step into. When I try to do that, it doesn't actually do it, right? So I don't know which object is causing this. I don't know which one is doing it. It makes no sense to me. Why does it dump me into this? Catenary mod. What the hell is the catenary mod doing? God, I have to use that. I'll be right back. All right. Now, so one thing I could try is to do fixed everything, because what we're the problem is we're throwing these errors, and I don't know which element is throwing them. Right? I don't know which one of these, and the only difference really between like the GUIs that I have a lot of GUIs, right? All of these, the only difference between all of these and this one here is the fact that I did some I did some fanciness, right? I did some fanciness here. So what I could do is kind of show my process for how I get all these values and variables and all this kind of stuff, right? How do I come up with all of these numbers that are? Well, I use Photoshop because I've been using Photoshop for 30 years. So if we go in here and go to GUI mockups, it takes a hot minute. My poor computer. All right, I will show. Oh my god. So this is the GUI mockup. This is the image that I showed everybody. But the reason I use and like Photoshop is I'm just so used to it. But mainly, like, I can click on an element, right? And it automatically selects that layer when I click on an element, right? I can click on an element and then hold Control and find the offsets for everything. So, like, if I want this scroll bar, for instance, which is this item, what is this scroll bar's reference to, like, the base, right? The big box around it. I just hold Control and it pops me up the offset based on that object. And those are the numbers that I use. In addition to the actual size, like the width and everything is that. Width should actually be 20. But we're just going to ignore that. It will be 20. I might have to offset it back 1. 321. I might have to bump it back 1, as well as the text. This one as well. And the text. Right? Because this should be 20 pixels. This should be 20 pixels. But that gives me that little bit there. And we come in here. Why is this? This should not. That should not be spaced right there. I need to go down. Right? Because that's somehow it wound up above that, and I don't want that. Because this line in here, right? This line in here, that's not an inset. That's just the clipping area. And I might have to have the clipping area. I would imagine the clip needs to be on this side. So let's move this back 1. Let's move this back 1. And then this little itty bitty line here. No, this one here. Right? We are going to marquee layers, which is my active layer. No, not the scroll bar. There it is. So we are going to dial this back here. And then pencil. Oh, we want 1 and max hardness. Right, we want a single pixel. Let's grab this color. And again, we're with this here. And then this We go to properties. Remember, we're 19, so we're going to dial that back 1. So we're taking that space. Same with this. Is that? Yeah, that's right. And then we want to take layers. I think this was 30 down here. Yeah, 30. And then we want 30. We want the brush. We're going to go here, and we're going to go all the way up to the top. We're going to shift click that. So that is redefining that square to be smaller than the scroll bar. And the same up here. We need to figure out which that is. 27? Yeah. So that's 27. And then this goes over 1. And we go to, where's 27 again? Or 37. 37. My brain, for some reason, saw 27. So we need to marquee that. Right? There's a gap of here. Because the scroll bar is going to be that size, I just need to do one thing at a time. And then we want to do brush. And again, we're on the right thing here. And then we want to go here, all the way up to the top. Okay. And then the scroll bar, which is 19. So we want the scroll bar to be a little bit bigger. So we're going to do brush. We're going to do this. Do here. 1, 2, 3. We want this to be four. We might have to go back 1 on this one. Yeah, I might have to go back 1. So 37. That. And then let's do the same thing down here. Up. Like that. I know it's kind of it's way easier to do when you're not having to fiddle with these things, because you just draw boxes and do a stroke, and like it's so much easier. But like I could do a marquee here, capture that. All the way down here, capture that. So you can see it's 20 pixels, right? It's 20 pixels wide. Then I just do a shift backspace, and voila, that is now done. Now what I can do is I can darken that up a little bit. Capture that again and darken it. That way it kind of sticks out a little bit from the everything else. And then we're going to marquee again. We want to select that. Coming down here. Eventually. And capturing that, 20 pixels wide, and fill that in. Okay. So now you can kind of discern the difference between those. So the scroll bar is kind of tacking onto the side of the view, which is where the clipping is. So anything outside that bounding box there is going to be ignored. Okay, so now we need to set up all of these areas and with all the absolute values. So if I do like 37 and I do this, you can see there's 92. There's a 92 there and a 12 there. So those are the offsets. And then I have the properties here. Can I dock these anywhere? I can't really. Okay, well, I guess it is what it is. Can I shrink this up a little bit? Just kind of slap these in down here. Because I need those properties. When I select something, I need to see like width and height. So I'm going to move this off the screen so I can do this efficiently. This is, it's funny. I was working with this all yesterday, and I have 3 monitors, and I still didn't have enough space. Like, I was just sitting here going, God, I have 3 monitors and still not enough space. Like, how does that happen?
The more you have, the more you use, and I don't think there's any limit to how high that number is.
That is true. Oh, now I really effed it up. Oh man. No. Okay. Damn it. Now there's. I made these floating windows and I don't know how to dock. Oh, there we go. Dock them again. There we go. Okay. Let me save that. Now, let's go back and redo these. I am going to okay. Filter items. Jesus Christ. I'd hit spacebar to scroll, and that's a Photoshop thing. My brain is just like not computing. Filter items clip. So this is the top window inset. I think that was layer 30. No, 37. 37. Which is element bounds dot fixed. Fixed X is 317. Fixed Y. Oh, no. That is 317 by, that's a tiny little bit of text. 265. Wow, that is tiny. 265, yeah. And then we want the offset, which is 92 by 12. And the reason I have this plus TBH on here, right? So the TBH is title bar height. It's up here. Title bar height. That is the little, the title bar on the top with the little X on it, right? That title bar adds to your height that you're offsetting. If you don't add that height, all the stuff is going to be like overwriting the title bar. It's kind of funny that the game doesn't actually do that for you, but okay, so the list and the clip are the same. Yeah, The list and the clip are or should be the same. Why is this 337? Oh, right. I took the scroll bar off. That's why that. Oh. I'm gonna keep these like this because they're already being used down here, so I don't wanna have to redo all of that as well. Okay, so the inset got fixed. This is, let me click the right window. 88 by 7. And it is 345 by 273. Usually I have my inset on the top because it's like what everything is in. So let's rearrange that because it's the inset, then the thing inside, right? I try to do these in a relatively understandable situation. All right, the scroll bar. Let's first get the code. Element bounds dot fixed. The scroll bar is 409 by 12. 409 by 12 plus TBH with a width of 20 and a height of 265. Just like that. Those are reset. Now, search button text. Well, let's leave this one in here, right? If this is the one that's actually causing the problem, that would be hilarious. But here's the next one, cancel button, cancel text. So you would think, right, is the cancel button flat copy and then just fixed shrink is I'm just shrinking it down by the 4. That should be more than fine. All right, now this one here, let's get that, and that. So the inset is the first thing we want to do, right? Keeping with the order of operations here. Element bounds dot fixed. And then we come down here and we go inset is 88 by 324. 88 by 324. And this is going to be 324 plus TBH. This is going to be 345 by 185. Okay. This is already done, but let's do this again because we need to. We changed how this is. So 92, 328, I think is, yeah, that's the same, but the width and height. So it's 317 by 177 now. And then the clip is the same. Right? Clip is the same. The list and the clip are the same. I'm hoping that that's fine. And then the scroll bar is 409 by 328. Uh 409 328 plus TBH. And again, this one is 20 and 177. Like that. Now, that locks in and fixes all of the GUI element items exactly with the coordinates that we put in there. 92, 328. Yep. So add a clip area. This selects an area to be rendered and everything else. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's end clip. End clip should not be blurring anything. Okay. So now, let's see. I mean, the only other things that edit or are based on the size of other things are the buttons, right? That's all that's left. Everything else is sort of fixed size. So if we still have a problem with this GUI, then I can do the buttons. And then if we still have a problem, then I really don't know what the heck to do. Because, yeah. And let's see. Oh my God. Are you kidding me? The same one. Call stack. Setup dial. Yeah, this does not help me any. It does not help me one iota. This error. This just does not help. What are these values? That I want to know, right? I want to know what these values are. Data. Keys. Values. Like what? Target. Blur partial. What is it blurring? Data. Count 0. I don't even know. Okay, so let's do the buttons. Dialog bounds. Let's just double check that my dialog are 439 wide. Yeah. Height 516. It doesn't really matter. Dialog height 516 plus TBH. That's. I mean, it shouldn't do that. We could try. It should be fitting those to children anyway. Right down here, okay, so let's one last Hail Mary here. We're going to take this away. Search button text element bounds dot fixed, and that is search button text is search text button text. That is that right there. This is, God, text is so tiny. 369. Oh my God, I can't even see it. 369, 289. Yeah, the monitor over on my left side is one that has much higher resolution. 369 by 289 plus TBH. And it is, come on now, come down here, 60 by 26. All right, cancel button. Text. 11/121. $68 by 26. This is the size. Element bound got fixed. This one's also going to be 11 by 479 plus TBH. This one is also going to be 68 by 26. So I could, yeah, let's test this first. It'd be funny if this entire time it was the buttons that were doing it. What the hell is going on? What is this possibly doing? I have never, like, in my life had this happen before. I have so many different GUIs here. Right? Like, this makes no sense. Enable button. I guess I've got toggle button. Element standard bounds. I don't know. I mean, I can do element standard bounds. Let's look at that. Creates a scroll bar right of the given element bounds. Requires the left element to be using fixed element positioning. All right. Let's go element standard bounds toggle button. Element standard bounds toggle button. Element standard bounds toggle button. The values don't change, but who knows if there's like things that go on behind the scenes. You know, far be it for me to want to reinvent this stuff. And let's go to back and look at our example here and see, did we, when we set up our scroll bars, right? This did not set up the standard bounds for the scroll bars, right? So we see like vertical scroll bar creates a scroll bar right of the given element bounds, requires the left element to be using fixed element positioning, but they didn't use the element standard bounds vertical scroll bar thingy. Right? If we analyze this and we say used by GUI screen mods, GUI screen single player, I mean, it's used init GUI element standard bounds that vertical scroll bar. Okay, interesting. Add vertical scroll bar. It is used here. How about down here? No, it's just used here. So this is like one of the examples of probably code that was written a very long time apart from one another. And so it's like one way is kind of built and doesn't really work the other way. But what I could do is use that filter item scroll is, oh my god, this is funny. Is filter items list element standard bounds dot vertical scroll bar Oh, that. Okay. And then we have one more of those. Element standard bounds, that vertical scroll bar. Results items list. Okay. Then dialog background. Do I dialog element standard bounds auto sized main dialog. Window. Element standard bound. Yeah, I already do that. Okay. So nothing really changes down here. I mean, the odds that this works is so tiny. Toggle button. Is there anything special? Alignment, sizing. Yeah, there's no. There's something in here where the coordinates are not quite right. So if this doesn't work, the one last thing I can try is the clipping area. It's the only unique thing about this GUI. Yeah. Let's shrink the clipping areas. Items clip by a single pixel. So we want 93, 329. We're going 1 pixel in and 1 pixel down. We're going to shrink it by 1 and shrink it by 1. Right? From the list. So the list and then the clip. Now, why that should make a difference, I don't know. Right? X2 and X1, Y2 and Y1. Like the fact that those are identical, right? Even though in base game code, it doesn't do that. They're just fine with the same size. So I don't know. Dialog bounds with children. I don't include the clips inside of here. Filter list. See, the clip isn't in there. Results, clip is not in there. The clip is kind of all on its own. So again, this one is going to be 1 further in and 1 further down. And I might have to do 2 pixels instead of 1. Let's go 5 and 5. So because I'm moving it in and down, I need to shrink it 2 rather than 1. So in and down, and then 5 and 3. So it's just the clipping range is just a little bit tinier. If this doesn't work, we start removing elements. Right? You start removing elements out of the GUI and seeing if it loads and nailing down exactly when it renders and when it doesn't. You know, things will be missing out of the GUI, but at least we'll know like what's going on. What the hell is doing this? I don't understand it. We're gonna try and catch exception C. Copy dot. It'd be funny if we were doing all of this and we were on the server, and that's why that's why it was airing. Cappy dot send chat message. C dot to string. You know, it is what it is. We're gonna have that captured instead of that, or whatever. Okay. We don't. Yeah, I want to. Putting this in a try catch is going to make it a little bit less of a catastrophic crash. Okay, so what do you think? What do you think is in here that causes the problem? That is the question. I have each one of these blocks separated. The only one I can't really comment out is this one because this is actually creating the window. So I'm going to comment out this one here. And then we're also going to comment out this one here. Oh, damn it. And I have to add this here and thing there. Because we begin child elements, right? We begin child elements, we have to end child elements. So we I don't know what would happen if we tried to do like a thing without doing that, but yeah, you want to make sure your end clips, your begin clips. Search option panel. Oh. This is not what I wanted to comment out. Oh. Oh, that is what I wanted to comment out. Whoops. This loaded. This is what I wanted to comment out. Okay, so comment out that. So I'm commenting out where these flat lists are, right? So they were just not including those elements in, you know, those big blocks. Those are not going to be included in the element list. And yep. So I will if I hit a breakpoint. Oh Jesus, close this. If I hit a breakpoint here, that means it's crashed. But we have crashed again. Exception C. I doubt we will have any information. Surface transform blur. Okay. Everything must go. Everything must go. Fire sale. I don't know what would happen with that, but we can certainly try. This should just be a blank window that opens up. Like, it shouldn't be anything. Oh my god, it's still crashing. This is there's literally nothing to this window. So all of this debugging, and there's something fundamentally wrong with this code right here. Like, what is going on here? How is this wrong? Dialog bounds, window, like, I have set this up the same with all of the things. Right? I've set it up with all of the things the same exact way. Create compo. Happy.gui.create compo. Dialog bounds. See, there's a weird, like, multiple layer thing here. Dialog bounds is the window, because that's the element standard bounds, blah, 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 right? And then the background bounds, which is add shaded. I've done this so many times. It's so funny. Title bar true. Stroke width is 5. Alpha is not given. Add dialog title bar. Element bounds. Add dialog title bar. No. Those are fine. What is dialog bound? Let's look at one of mine. Window. Dialog. Okay. Added shaded background is the dialog, not the dialog bounds. Let's check here. Dialog. So where exactly is this used? Oh. That's with the children. Okay. But I don't actually add it to this. Begin child elements dialogue. And the dialogue is the thing that has, okay, so. Well, there's an there's an overload for this. God, is it as simple as that? Is that what it was the whole time? God, that would piss me off so much. Dialogue bounds. So dialogue, right? With the children. So it's like there's like the window with the title or the title bar. Then you add like the dialogue with the bounds. It's like it's kind of weird. So the dialogue here, add shaded, includes the child of dialogue bounds, which sort of defines the size of our window. This was not what I thought the challenge of today was going to be. So this is live programming, everybody. This is what happens. You run into things like this, and my brain just is like, what? Oh my God. Oh my God, it worked. Okay, now let's I want to cry. I do. Let's remove that. Let's just go full on crazy here. Get these back in one at a time. Not one at a time, all at once. You can see these are ordered. Each line is a different block. I really tried to make this this code readable, but not always able to do that. Okay, so it would be a minor miracle if this worked, but we've already got to try catch on it. So if something fails, we're gonna know about it. My guess is something to do with the clips. The clipping areas. Like I don't know. The fact that the error was on our base window call the whole time. Oh my God. Yeah, why is cancel way the hell up here? That should be down here. I need to change the background of these. I thought these were going to pop out a little bit more. But if I turn wildcards on, this should pop back in. Why is this not appearing? It should enable this button over here. Yeah, if I go can search wildcards. Can search wildcards. Oh, it's not actually. It's not recomposing. Um. Okay. So close and cancel and quit. Our first like graceful exit, everybody. So jeez. I wanted to just do that, but it is what it is. Okay, first is the cancel button. The cancel text. Let's pull Photoshop up. Cancel text. The block of text is 11 by 121. Oh, no, 440. Whoops. I was looking at the wrong number. Yeah, 121 was from the search text, not the top of the window. 440 is the proper one there, and then we have the text. I want to change I'm going to do white center, white big center dot white smallish smallish. I don't know. Okay, and then I take that font and we find the save load buttons. Search bar is add small button. Where's the the text? There it is. White center. And then cancel and save. Here we go. Now, we want to lighten up the option panel. So we want to do maybe 0.6. Let's try 0.6. And then blacklist is going to be 0.6 as well. Search bar. Now we need to figure out why when I re-enable this. So the GUI, what changes? fundamentally changes and needs to update. My pipe extraction GUI definitely has the drop down on selection changed. This sends a block entity packet. What? Recomposing it should do that. Didn't I have ifs? Yeah, I had ifs in here. Node can filter. So if there is upgrade slot, send inventory packet. Custom packets. Send inventory packet. Now I need to follow this to the pipe base, which is on received client packet. And remember, we are setting up 1005 as our packet ID. So we go to 1005 here. What actually changes? Weird. This. Ah. Yeah. You can't, for some reason, you can't forcefully redraw it. You have to you have to enqueue it. This should, maybe, possibly, maybe, can be used to execute supplied method in a frame later, or can be called from a separate thread to incur some code is executed in the main thread. Yeah. That, when the slot is modified, on slot modified, if we go down to the upgrade slot, right, the inventory is already, like, yeah, this is already slot modified, right? So, yeah. Now, if we F5, now those boxes on the side should be a little bit lighter, quite a bit lighter, in fact. They're going to be a little bit darker than like the base game, like background texture. Now, there is a way, I did find in all of my digging, there is a way to make an image the background. There is a way to do that. There we go. That pops a little bit, and then that. Ooh, yeah, not implemented exception. Oh Jesus, yeah. Yeah, don't click don't click exceptions. That's bad. But the search text we need to, on the button, add small button. And that's fine. But it is the options. Yeah, options. Add switch. Dot enabled. Dot. What would it be? Unfortunately, we're also getting all of the composer-based stuff too. It's weird on the switches that you don't see what their default value is. Let's see if any of the GUI single player new world. World custom. Are there any switches in here? Add slider. Element bounds. No. Switch. Give me a switch. Anybody?
What's that? You need a design for a switch or what?
No, there's an add switch, right? You can add a switch, which is what those toggle buttons are. They're switches. I'm trying to figure out how to set the default value when you open the window. What's the default value of those switches? So if we go to GUI element switch, right? There's not a is enabled default. Creates a switch can be toggled, which is fine. There's an old version, which is like probably depreciated. Compose elements. Focusable. Control. Enabled. So this has got to look at this dot on. Public. Go away. Okay. So I need to private void set switches. Single composer equals null. Return. I don't want it. I don't want to deal with it. So, we need to get, right? We need to get the thing. Single composer dot get. Single composer dot get switch. And the first one is blacklist. Blacklist toggle. What? Oh, wrong one. There it is. Dot on equals plus filter item dot attributes dot get bool right? That's the general gist of what I'm trying for. This is a public field, so we can edit it. And we need to set it to that. The blacklist toggle is exactly, it is essentially it's saved with the filter itself. At least it should be. Because down here, if we go to on blacklist switch, see, we are setting the attributes, whether it's enabled or not. It might not exist at first, but once it does, it's either true or false. If it doesn't exist, then it'll default to false, so that's fine. All right, now we want the other buttons, or the other toggles. Option panels, we want option block toggle, option item toggle, and option wildcard toggle. Option block toggle. Option item and option wildcard. And this is just a simple can search blocks, can search items, can search wildcards. Now, compose, set switches. So you compose the whole thing. Once it's composed, you set the switches. Right? Compose is really not the thing that opens it. So you can set the switches after you compose it. Is blacklist switch. And then God, I hate when I do that. When I hit like page up and home at the same time, and it's like, oh, you want the whole page? No, I don't want the whole page. I might not need this. but I might need to send a packet to the server. No, I'll do it when you hit the save. When you hit the save button, that will be the coup de grace. That will be the thing that triggers the packet. Other than that, it just discards everything that's in there, and it discards the dialog box. It's all gone. When you open it again, it's all going to be reset. There we go. Look at that. These are what's these. This is what I'm talking about right here. Good. Yay. Although those are not nearly as white as I thought. Why are those so like shaded out? These are nice and bright. Why are those like bad? Those are all wrong and bad. I don't know why. I'll have to look at that. And then blacklist, and the wildcard disables that, right? You can't click on it if it's gone. And yeah, I did it. I did it again. I know I did. I keep clicking buttons. I shouldn't click buttons. Okay. So populate filter items. Yes. So populate filter items. That will be done in the constructor. Way up here. Populate filter item list. Right? So populate filter, when you create the dialog, you're going to pass in the filter item that you're holding. And it's going to grab that and say, hey, if it has attributes, and there'll be a whole lot more code in here, by the way. This is just basically allowing the thing to show up. But if there's existing filter items in there, it's going to build the list of those, right? And it's going to do so in a way that's a little bit more user-friendly. But we have to design a few things. And then I may run into problems with the scroll bars and stuff because, yeah, whatever. It is what it is. I had to sort of scramble all of the code because I was trying to track that bug down. And now, I mean, yeah, I could probably, if I have problems, I can always revert some of these things to this code here. But right now it works, so I'm not going to mess with it. So font weight. Let's look at it. What is this white smallish text? Why is this color default text color is a weird? Why is that a weird thing? Like dialog default text color. So what about the white detailed text? Yeah, this is most definitely not opacity. That's weird. I like this hex to doubles. That's very nice. This gives you the ability to convert a color from a hex value into an actual double. That is a very, very handy little function there. But the opacity, I think, is what's really killing us. Default dialogue, default text color. Well, no, the opacity is 1, so it should be fully white. So we can do dot with color and then do a color util dot hex 2 doubles. And then the string of hex is pound 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then one overload is the opacity, which is 1.0. And then we want that. And then there's that. And yeah. That should be a vivid white now. It's weird that the small detail text is really, really white, but the little bigger text isn't. They're the same. They use the same basic call to the font color. So why? I guess the system is just detecting that it's an itty bitty tiny thing and it's brightening it up. But no, that didn't. What? Why is that so damn? I can kind of see the scroll bar sticking out a little bit here. Might have to nudge that in one more. Why is that not doing its thing? Let's exit gracefully for once. Color util. Look at all of these. White, opaque, RGB color. Did I? What am I missing here? Should I take the weight out? With weight. Add small button. And I don't include the text, right? The text is not part of the button. The text is a separate, it's a static text with white big center. Default dialog default text color. Okay, let me look at the white, smallish text without the font. Same color. Standard font Montserrat, that's fine. Unscaled font size, that's fine. So, how about we take off the with weight? So weird. This is a weird, like, is it like a caching bug? Is it a... I don't understand. Is the color I'm using a flip of... Well, if it was a flip, it would be completely black. You wouldn't even see it. What? Why is that text so light? Okay, that works. Although it shouldn't be, it shouldn't be saving when I cancel, of course. I don't understand. This should be... Color util. Literally like what it should be. int.parse. FF. Which should be 255 divided by 255 should be 1. Should be 1111. It's like the something is overriding the brightness of that font outside of the actual text itself. which is weird. Never really experienced this before. Okay, so let's look at white big center. And then color. 111, yep. Weight is normal. Font name is sans serif, which, I mean, that shouldn't be it. I thought the default font was Montserrat or whatever. Your guess is as good as, why is that so dim? Right? Like, why is that? We have look at this text. Why is that text so bright? The only other thing that I can think of is not pass in like a what is that, an alpha channel, I guess? Maybe the alpha channel was making it all ghosty. Because I know that yellow text, I use that in many of my machines. Pretty much every machine has that in it. Still, what is going on? Like, it's like, I don't know. Again, that's a really weird problem to have, right? Add static text with white big center. Like, this should not be a mystery with the font that it's using. So, like, I'm just so curious now. Dialogue handbook, on close, add small button style dot normal. So string text, if I composer string text, close handbook. Like, I add the small button, right? I'm adding, but my text is blank because I'm adding the text as a thing that overlays it. But, this close handbook, remember we saw close handbook nice and bright and whatever. This add small button, what exactly? Carol font dot button text. Button text color. Holy Lord. Those are some numbers. Font weight bold. Center. Decorative font name, Laura. Really? Unscale. Okay, so now I'm just randomly curious. We're going to grab this. Paste it in here. And we are going to remove that. So the add button with this change, yeah, it should have the text, and God willing, should be brighter. I don't know what the difference there is. I'm literally creating a font with white text, no alpha channel. Like, how is that not working? It's almost like it's overlaying something over the top of it, or something. I don't know. I don't know. It's white, but it's not as thick as I was hoping for. At least it's brighter. I was hoping to get it this bright, but why? Why is this so dark? I mean, now it's just playing and tweaking, but again, add small button. Add button. I have no idea if this is going to make any difference, but this one uses normal, so that's good. Button style dot normal, add small button, button style, font weight, normal. Okay. Rebuild. Also, if you watched my stream on Saturday, we dipped our toe into some things. But the last part of Saturday's stream was me trying to figure out some scripting stuff for Farming Simulator 22. And after the stream, I worked for like 2 hours on a problem. Couldn't crack it, and then had dinner, and then I could think straight again, and then I tried a solution and it worked. But it wasn't an elegant solution. It was overriding the function rather than just adding a bit of code to the function. And last night, because it sort of nagged on me, right? I couldn't let it go for a couple of days. And so I went in again last night and I tried some new approach, and I looked at, I broke open Courseplay, I broke open the main scripting system, I looked at a couple other things, and I found sort of a hint of what I could possibly do, and I added a script, because one of the problems I was having was my Colossus harvesters. You know, I'm able to harvest at 40 miles an hour with those babies. The problem is when their tanks fill up and they stop, they don't slow down soon enough because the same problem exists. The amount of capacity that they start slowing down with is 200, which is it's not enough when you're going 40 miles an hour, right? It's not a fast enough catch. So what I did is essentially scale the slowdown timer with how much capacity is in the harvester. And so as you are cruising along, as you get, and there's a different threshold. It's basically based on a percent. But I could easily just hard code a different value. But I haven't tested it yet, for various reasons. But yeah, I'm going to be testing that after the stream today. If anybody's curious about that, by the way, granted, it's not vintage engineering, but if you're curious about Lua and scripting and stuff like that, I hate Lua and I despise everything it stands for, but I'm becoming a little bit better at it and a little bit more understanding. I still hate it and everything it stands for, but if you are interested in farming sim modding, and how to tweak and tune mods for that game, and I'm sure Farming Sim 25 is going to have very much the same sort of approach. And so I'll probably do some modding tutorials on how to do Farming Sim modding, because there's not a lot of resources out there. There's not a lot of tutorials that I've been able to find that are clear and concise and don't overwhelm you. So I'm going to try. To do it. Here's the hoping. But let's see if this at all makes a difference. If so, then I can cut the text overlay at the very least. Hey, look at that. It's a little bit bolder and brighter. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so for some reason, I don't understand. I don't understand why those you can see attributes, right? You can see that if I do cancel and I go open my inventory and I look, you can see that attribute stayed. But does it stay? Nope. It's gone. And why is it gone? Because the server was not, the information was not pushed to the server. That's why. So that's why we have to do the network shenanigans. So the small button here and the static text, we can take this and go X and paste, and comment out. And then this, I want to keep this going. And then we're going to go here, copy, paste, comment out. These should become, I don't know, boy. This project's so big and Visual Studio does not like me right now. It just does not appreciate me. Why? I don't know. I don't know why. You know what? It is what it is. Okay, so these are cancel button, enum style normal, fine. Nothing really changes because the text is not going to change. As far as like localizing it to another language, like I just can't worry about that. Now I think there is a way for the text. There's like a type of button Maybe where the text is, it tries to like fit the text in. Maybe. There we go. Yeah. These are simple enough words that maybe, I don't know, what is cancel in German? Like, I'm sure it's this long. I got nothing against people in Germany, but the language tends to be a little much. Okay, well, we have the thing, right? We have the GUI, which was the primary goal for today, is to get the GUI up and drawn and looking good. Now, going forward, what is left, right? What is left, right? I like that. What's left is generating the objects that are actually going to be in those lists. Because right now, the flat lists here, we are sending it in the thingy McDougal here, right? So this is the search items, right? Is a list of I flat list item, and now if you look. I flat list item. Now, it's a really simple thing. Visible, render list entry to, and dispose. Very, very simple. What basically uses the flat list item? Well, only a couple things, right? The GUI handbook page and the GUI handbook tutorial page, as well as the interactable. And the interactable, I'm not sure what the difference there is, but I think the interactable is if the item itself has like controls that you need to click, because the interactable adds mouse move, mouse down, mouse up. And so those are events that fire or should fire with that object. But I don't know, like, uses GUI element flat list uses them. So technically we could each visible element on mouse move. Yeah. So there's an element of like mouse over events and stuff that you get. So the flat list item here, what uses that? Well, the GUI handbook page and the GUI handbook tutorial page, those two objects, all of these are function calls, but these two objects are the only two in the game that actually use those. So the GUI handbook page is a little bit more complex, right? But it's an abstract class, but it's pretty straightforward, right? Dispose, and you get the render list and dispose, and then the visibility is right here. But other than that, get text match weight, these are all, things. And then the GUI handbook page is an abstract class, so you can't actually create one of those directly. It's used by one of these three: handbook text page, handbook item stack page, and handbook command page. So rendered list entry to, if we look, say, at an item stack page, we look at rendered list item stack to, it's in here. There it is. Rendered list entry. Right? This is code. We've got like scissor bounds, we've got like God only knows things and stuff in here. Render item stack to GUI. Because I do want, if somebody adds like rock dash granite, I want to add a little icon in there. But these are all like quality of life features that may come later, but I'm really going to try to do this. Renders given item stack in slot at a given position, right? So we can have a dummy slot, which is just like what holds the item stack. You're not really doing anything. Like when you look at the handbook and you're looking at all of these things, those are actually like item stacks behind the scenes. There's a dummy slot, there's an inventory for each one of those pages, like the way that it's built. Now, as far as like the scissoring methods go, like this is just like having the bounds. This is where like the icon when you look at a page is, you know, it's a little scissor bounds. GUI scale. Yeah, a lot of this code is going to be just directly, blatantly copied because I have no idea. But this renders item stack to GUI and then render 2D texture. The texture ID is the page, from what I understand. Not 100% sure, but the texture, yeah, the texture is a loaded texture, reference to texture and uploaded graphics art. I don't know how the game handles, like, I think it just, yeah, see, I'll recompose. It's literally like, it's a little GUI inside of a GUI. It's a little element inside of another element, and it's not a straightforward process at all. And I realized that last night as I was digging into it. I was just sort of like very, very scared because yeah, very easy to go very wrong with this. But yeah, the texture equals new texture util, generate text texture. You're given the stack, right? You're given the font. So you got the name, you got the font, and the background. And this generates that scissor bounds. Quick method to create a new element bounds instance that uses fixed element sizing. So this is like 50 by 50. Parent bounds, window bounds, capital GUI. So what I don't know is what happens when you click GUI dialog handbook. Okay, let's take a quick peek here. This prints out, and I know this is a nasty block of text, but and then mine, it's all like laid out in lines. But I'm sure the source, you go to the source file of this, it's probably laid out like mine. So here's the stack list, right? Flat list, and I'm passing in shown handbook pages. So this list here is the list of handbook pages that are filtered if you do a search, right? It filters this. There is a all handbook pages, which is then filtered by shown handbook pages. So I could generate a list of all blocks, all items, all at once, but I'm not going to until you hit a search, because doing that, I don't know. Maybe I should have a list of all handbook pages. But the handbook, here's the problem. The handbook is the all handbook pages. If I go in here and go, what populates this? It is assigned by the constructor, but it's also assigned by filter items. There was an async. There it is. Load pages async. So there is a parallel process when you're loading the game that triggers a thread that loads. Once all the items are loaded, it actually populates that list completely and then reuses that. So it only populates the all handbook pages once, and then it reuses that as it filters items. So as far as my filter goes, I could access, well, I can't access it actually. It's like a private member, if memory serves. Yeah, it's protected. Ideally, I would be able to access that and just be like, oh, here's all the items in the game. But this is generating GUI handbook page equals this at all handbook pages of I. So it's literally loading all of those pages. It's like generating all the pages based on the item stack that you get. So it's pretty automated, but it all does it once when you load the game. Never does it again. So I'm basically going to have that list, the master list, developed after everything is loaded in the mod, and I'm going to have to be able to directly access it. Because if I open the list or open that GUI and have to generate even all of the list of blocks and items, that could be tens of thousands of items, right? That's a huge amount of things to have to load in every time you generate, versus doing it once on the mod side and then accessing that variable on the mod side. So doing it like on world loaded or whatever, and then once that's done, you're good to go. So I think ideally we would do it that way, and then just filter when you as you type the filter. Now you're able to filter the items based on the weight, like how good of a match is it. If you filter granite, right, the topmost, the highest weighted item is the block name. That's the highest weighted item, and then the next will be the block code, right? As long as they're not duplicated items, the block code is the next thing. And if the block code contains the word, not if it is the word, because the code is going to be much, much bigger. But if you include a colon in your search, what I'm thinking is if you include a colon, that means you probably know the exact code of what you're looking for, right? So if I'm going to filter only on vintage engineering : VE item pipe filter, right? Or VE pipe filter, the colon indicates I am being very, very specific with what I want. And that way I can customize the search a little bit, and only look at code in that one. It's just little efficiencies like that. Only look at codes. That means there's just less processing to go around. So, not many people know the codes. Very few people have the ability to even see the code. You type, I think it's .edi to see in the chat window, and that enables like your ability to see the codes and stuff in the game. Not many people do that. But obviously the more technical somebody is, and a lot of players of this mod are going to be pretty technical, that's one of those things that I want to encourage is, becoming a master of the game that you're trying to play. So I've already started the process of getting item filter GUI elements. So here's my flat list item. So this is a singular entry of the item. Remember that we're going to be passing in a list of these. And obviously we're going to have the base object that's saved to the item is just going to be the code line, right? It's going to be a string of all of the filter items, just one after another. It's going to be an array of strings for the code. Well, if that code includes an asterisk, right, that means the entry itself is a wildcard, what's going to slightly change how it's handled. But you're going to be able to save wildcards. You're going to be able to type in granite or rock dash star and save that as a wildcard. And then any rock that, matches that will be filtered. And there's built-in game functions to do that too. But this is yeah, this is what I've left. I think dispose, yeah. I'm not going to get into the weeds here with this, but it is what it is. I would like to have possibly a to and from tree attributes. Public virtual void to tree attributes. I tree attribute tree. Public virtual void from tree attribute. I tree attribute tree world accessor world. I'm just trying. We go all the way to the bottom. Yeah. We have two tree attributes and then from tree attributes in the world. Essentially loads it from disk or from the server. So, being able to handshake these, being able to just spit out a tree attribute, because this is what's saved to disk. Tree tree dot set string key. Maybe what is going to load? This might not. The filter itself an item doesn't have tree attributes? Oh, do I have any? Sometimes it's hard to find. If I just type item, it's just like just all the things. Item shears is an item, is a collectible object. Yeah, see, there's not... The collectible object does not have a to and from tree attributes. So the item itself... Unblock, interact. What? So it looks like the biggest difference between an item unloaded. Yeah, look at this. The bow, when it's loaded, iterates through all of the collectibles on the server and finds the arrows and then adds the arrows to the valid stacks. So it literally iterates through all of the items and blocks just to find the arrows. This is why when you have mods that add thousands upon thousands of variants of things, why your game can slow down. Because the way to get those is to iterate through. Now, one way to mitigate this, the developers are wanting to do that, is to do a Minecraft-like system where you have tags of items and have the tags, you know, if you add another arrow variant or whatever, you add it to the arrows, you know, shootable arrows tag. And then the bow looks at that rather than all of the other things. But then the number of tags becomes obscene. And anybody who's played Minecraft knows it gets crazy how many like tags there are. But yeah, this can be a problem. Held item. So yeah, there's no real things here. World interactions. I haven't even touched that whole process, that whole system. I don't even know how to even use it. I'm sure it's fairly simple, but oh my god. Item stacks. Yeah, those are the things. If you're in a certain mode, you get like a window popping up over the top of something, and it gives you like all of the options and stuff. That's what those world interaction things go for. And sure, we could do that with all the machines and stuff, but I haven't even thought of that yet. But if somebody wants to tinker with it, they're more than welcome to submit pull requests. So yeah, this is setting attributes. By entities, entity player, by player equals player.world.player.user.id, blah, 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 blah. Plays the sound. Yeah. Broadcast hotbar slot. So how do you... All of this is set on item book. Yeah, mod system. Editable book. There's no way around it. We're going to have our own freaking network channel. And of course, this is an entire mod. Like, there's an entire mod system just for editing a book, everybody. Like, crazy, crazy thing. But I think the pipe system is so fundamental to the mod, we're just going to include it. We're going to add the channel, the pipe filter channel, whatever. Could even make it generic, but basically packet up the item and move it, send it to the server. On transcribe. Okay. There's the channel. Send packet. Transcribe packet. So you need to create a packet. Then you need to create a custom channel that has send and receive on those packets. Then you need to add the received packet on the server side and make sure that you take up all that information. So the transcribed packet is text, title, and page number. Text, title, and page number. And then there's probably a edit book packet. iServer player from player, which gets automatically encoded, right? The player. And then you add the packet. And then boom, boom, boom. You just packet that did save. You finalize the edit, or you cancel it, whatever. It's all pretty straightforward. But well, we made some progress today. At the very least, we have a GUI, the most complex GUI that I've ever made. Still don't know 100% of it works because, yeah, it still could be with the whole scroll bar thing. I have no idea if any of that scroll bar stuff. Speaking of scroll bars, look at this. Like, no idea if the scroll bar stuff is going to work. It's all a mystery. It's all kind of a black box at the moment. But we have our thing, right? We have our dialog box. Little quirky things here and there to do, but yeah. Not sure if there's a way to. Maybe I can lighten this one up too. Yeah, let's lighten that one up. And then pipe filter, GUI, pipe filter. Search bar. Let's do 0.6. White right. Is that the only place I use that? Yeah, let's. I'm just curious if this is gonna. Just randomly curious. I would love to know how in the buttons, how to get it how to get it like centered vertically in the middle, not horizontal. Like horizontally in the middle, that's easy. The vertical centering, that's what I don't know how to do. There's no obvious orientation that I can do inside of the bounds, other than maybe try to. There we go. Now it's nice and bright, but and now you can sort of subtly see that text box there, which is the whole point that I was trying to do. And now all the shading is sort of better. So maybe it was like maybe taking away the with weight in there. You never know. It is what it is. So yeah, like the add small button. Bounds. So GUI element text button. There's the text. Text orientation dot center. Search bar. Static text. Element bounds. White center. I'm already setting it to center. Center, justify left, right. So maybe there's a override in the compose. Calc the bounds. Button style. Where's the text? There's the text. Yeah, this is literally like drawing it. Where's the text? Compose elements. Where are we at? How does it make it in the middle of the box? That normal or small? Blur partial. Ooh. Text offset. There it is. Yeah. This is what's calculating the offset of that text. Text offset Y. That's up and down. Normal text dot bounds. Oh, there's just too many things and stuff to think about. because it always draws it right on the top of that box, and you want to drop that. You need to drop that down. The button does that automatically for you, but yeah, the I mean, that's pretty well. I think that's fine. That's more than fine. In fact, that's perfect. So, I'm okay with that. The last thing. Static text search plus one of those. A little colon at the end of the search. Yeah, it looks like the override of that with weight, the with weight was causing the problem. So, like, yeah, interesting. So the add, cancel, and save cancel text, save text, and the add text. We're not including because we're not including them down here. Don't need them. We got it working. All right. Well, that's going to do it for the stream, everybody. Saturday, I don't know. I'm up to suggestions. Otherwise, likely, I don't know, likely doing some farming sim. I don't know. I want to just chillax. You know, the vintage engineering is taking the bulk of my mental process. Every day, I don't want to learn like the infrastructure of another whole game, right? So I'll either play something single player or jump into farming sim and continue testing and tweaking all my mods, because that you can infinitely tweak stuff, right? It's fun and it's really easy, you know, tweaking stuff with that, except if you're trying to script. But I think I got that licked. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for coming by today. Hope y'all learned something. But we got the GUI. We are now hitting the ground running. So yeah, come back next Wednesday where we will hopefully be implementing the fluid pipe part of the equation. But other than that, Saturday is the continuation of whatever multiplayer game that we can think of or whatever. But yeah, and this is the last day of July. Where did July go? I have no idea. But July is gone. And holy cow, did it go fast. This summer is flying by. For me anyway, it's flying by. But hope everybody's enjoying their summer thus far. And yeah, I'll see everybody on Saturday.